Alright, it looks like everything is kind of set up. Actually, to be fair, I'm missing some things. I realize I should have moved them over. Alright, let's see. Where are they? Where are ye? Oh, alright, Okay, one sec while I find my stuff. That's not good. First first stream to try to do programming and already running into roadblocks. Ah, here we go. Perfect. I found it. Okay, so let's see here. How big is this? It's actually quite large. Oh, actually, maybe it's not that bad, actually. Okay, perfect. So I'll copy this. And I'll move it later. Apparently I can't move. Anyway, let's start the stream. All right. Happy good evening. Good evening. In Cantonese, it's mmon. I have to practice. If I do not practice Cantonese, I will never learn it. So it's mmon. That is what it's. Yes, mmon. That means good afternoon in Cantonese. My brain is like a sieve. You can pour as much information as possible, and it might stick, it might not. Yeah. Brain doesn't work very well. So I was pushing this earlier. I can do what? So I'm programming on a separate server, and I'm currently going through run desk in order to access it. This was the easier way for me to do the programming because my system that I'm using for recording, I worry that if I do both the programming and the recording on the same system, I might mess something up. So we're going to do it here. Sadly, I cannot transfer the files yet. I haven't figured that out. I should have done it earlier. But nonetheless, what we're working on is an animation system. So let me try and explain what I'm trying to program. Wait, I don't have GIMP on here. Wait, I don't have GIMP on here. Okay. I have LibreOffice, which is fine. How much do you bet I do have it? It's just not in the dropdown. All right, paint. No GIMP. No. All right, text editor then. We'll have to. So the main thing is that I'm trying to program right now is that I have a basic animation tool here. In fact, if you notice, this is actually about my avatar. So the way that this works is that I have a series of movies that are constantly being loaded and played. And I mean, these videos are in memory in OBS, and they're constantly cycling through with different other types being visual, or pretty much the talking animation is constantly looping and looping and looping. And whenever I speak, certain frames will turn on and turn off, thus making it so as if appear as I am actually speaking. So let's see here. If I go over to, actually, that would actually require me to go to a different scene to show you. But know this. If I turn off particular filters, actually, you know what? Maybe I can, let's go over there real quick and I can show you. So here's my scene with the avatar right here. As you can see, he actually has legs. You never get to see the legs because they don't work. They don't work. Yeah, I don't move them. They just kind of stand there. Plus nonetheless, if you see here now, if I turn off one of these filters, there you go. Now he's always happy. And here you can see the constant speaking one right here. So what's going on is this is constantly looping and constantly looping. And okay, let's fix it. Yeah, and because of that, I thought, you know what would be fun, would be more entertaining, of instead of having this constantly cycling like this, which actually build a tool that would just automatically pass in the pictures that I want into the video memory. So then I can just have one small basic stream, and then as I speak, the videos will get fed into the memory buff, and then from there, it will then output it and display the talking. So that way, I don't have a constant cycling video. Instead, it's just a stream of pictures being constantly updated. You might think that this might be a bit worse, and it might be. I don't actually know. But I thought it'd be fun to try and make it. And hence why we're here. And I plan to use Python to do this. Why Python? Well, actually, no real reason. I just thought it'd be fun to do it with Python. Python. So let's see here. Yeah, the biggest problem is always naming things. Okay, let's just begin. So, we'll call this frame. So the main thing about this is... So yeah, the main thing about this is that for our building, or for our animator, the idea is that I'll be... so if you notice within my avatar here, I have the glasses on, I have many different poses, many different animations, but it's not just limited to that. If in actuality, I can take them off. I can take off the head, the goggles, as you can see. Granted, there isn't very much animation. That is largely because, yeah, it's I haven't animated that much. It was originally supposed to be the silent type of, or the type of protagonist where you wouldn't actually be able to make out his facial expressions. Hence why the VR headset to help visualize how he's feeling. That'll be updated as once we progress through this, because I plan to update the drawings. People keep asking what that dot is. That's his mouth. Oh, that's his nose. How do you get his nose wrong? Anyway, that is a nose. See, that right there's a nose. It's not a mouth or a hole. It's a nose. But nonetheless. Likewise, I also have different costumes. As you can see. And these are all individual frames that make up... So all of these are separate different frames. The face, the goggles, the different animations. These are all individual frames. In fact, even the tail is on its own separate frame. And as such, it makes a lot of... as such, making this thing, or making these pictures can be quite laborious. And especially the animation. So one of the things I feel like what we should do is we should kind of start building out a framework for holding our individual pictures, and then we can do is simply call them as we want to do the cycling. And likewise, what we can then do is also build a wrapper, which will wrap around the... We'll build a wrapper, which will then wrap around the folder layout. And from that, we should be able to then build things. That's actually what I was kind of hoping to look for, because I have a whole lot of these. However, the main problem is I tend to run into the problem where all of my stuff tends to go into folders. If you ever have an issue with folder within folder within folder, yeah, that's my problem. I found the final product. And I found this, but that's not what we're looking for. Oh, I have music. I have lots of... I'll have to probably start playing music at some point. First stream. Well, I have a very, very, very strong suspicion that that it's in somewhere completely different. Because I just do not see my animations anywhere. I see the final products all over the place, but I don't see the building components that I used. All right, all right. We'll worry about it later. So for now, what we're doing is we're building frames. So let's go ahead and just get this started. All right then. So we're building it. So yeah, basically, these are going to be frame. We'll call this animation frame, or we call it a cell. No, we'll call it frame. We'll call it a frame. Now, there's actually a couple number of things that this needs. So what we want to do is we want to track out. This is going to be a... Ideally, every time I call this, I want it to auto-generate my frame. So it'll hold all of the components, the container pieces, and then when I call it, the frame will just get generated. So the first thing we need is the background color. The background... Oh, let's go ahead and... Let's see here. Const... Variables. So background color. I'm going to make it a tuple. And we're going to have it be 4 integers, I guess. Y4. Oh, yeah. Well, that's actually very simple. It's very simple. The reason why is because of the fact that all picture images are they're all 4 elements. For instance, you have red, green, blue, yellow, or sorry, red, green, blue, and then alpha. I should probably actually label that as well. This is RGBA. I don't know why, but there's a lot of programs that always put green before red. They always do green, red, blue. Is it? I don't know why. Very strange. Okay then. And we're going to set this to done. Oh, import this in. So, okay, we have background. The next thing we want to keep track of is the... Let's see here. Another thing I want to do is be able to have these auto, morph. So we're going to have a variety of different functions as well. So let's just start filling in all of the stuff. Oh, actually, we're going to do this. Background color. Default is, we should set the default to be some kind of green. So, actually, I wonder, can I actually pass in alpha into, or output alpha? I actually need to see what the different tools I can use. Because one of the big things about, if you deal with the videos, especially when you're trying to run them through some of the programs, they can't have an alpha channel. They won't accept it. I think HTML, or not HTML, the MP4 formats don't have alpha channels, so you always have to output them as some kind of colored background. So I end up using green screen. If I turn it off, if I turned off the coloring here, you'd actually see it. See, green screen. Right there, green. So yeah. Because of that, I always end up thinking I would do this. But if I can pass in an alpha channel, or just output directly into a video buffer, an alpha, as in that would actually be fantastic. That'd actually bypass some of the extra steps. We'll have to look into that. For now, all right, we have our background color. Whoops. Wrong. I need to keep. There we go. Okay. So here we go. Here's our background color. And let's see here. What else do we need? Let's just start filling it in. So what we're going to do is we'll be having, we'll have a warp frame. And then we'll also have, let's see here. We'll also have, thinking. What do we need? What do we need? So yeah, warp frame, and let's see here. So this is going to be multiple layers. So actually, we should probably have the components. I wish I could spell properly. Components. This is going to be a dictionary. Actually, wait, should it be a dictionary? That's a very good question. If it's an ordered... That's a very good question. Because I was just thinking, because a dictionary makes a lot of sense, because you can actually have a name attached to it with your elements. Because the idea would be this, and then it would be a simple image. We should probably also import in those. Let's see here. Let's see. I guess the main thing is we need to import in image resolution. So let's just continue with setting things up for now. Oh. I wonder how many people actually do what I'm doing here. We'll put this down as a an NP array right now. Oh, definitely want Numpy. I don't have Numpy installed. Okay. Okay, well, let's let that run while that's doing that. So let's see here. So think about it. We have our background color. We're going to have the components. Ideally, the way it's going to work is we will have the different... Actually, I have an idea. Oop, let me load it up. And I definitely should put some music on. I did find some of my old music. I did find some of my music. I wonder if it will work. Hey, it loaded up. Perfect. Okay. Oh, too bright. There we go. Okay. Let me grab my stuff. All right, we're going to Turn this around. There we go. So, okay then. So the way this is pretty much going to work is as follows. Oh, let's decrease the resolution too. How about we'll go with 10. Is 10 good? No, 10 is too big. Okay, 6. All right, perfect. Okay, so pretty much the way it's going to work is this. So we're going to have our container here, and it'll have a variety of different things. It'll have the background colors. It will be able to, once we call this, it will, because the idea is that we're going to have a whole bunch of layers in this container. That's what the idea is, and each of these frames will be make up of a different picture. So one of the pictures will simply be like the tail moving around. Another picture will be the goggles with the face on it, and then another picture will be the, pretty much just break it down. The other one will be the, well, actually our little buddy. Okay, there we go. There you go, our little buddy. Yeah, he can say hi. Hey, how's it going? And the idea is that we'll put all of these into this container, and then whenever we call it, it will produce one single frame. And then likewise, once we then call this, we can also ask, whenever, instead of just calling it, we can simply call it for warping. So this will just be a normal call. So this will be a normal call, but then we can simply call with warp. And by doing so, we can then proceed to, warp it a little bit. We're going to have to do Fourier transformations for that, but I think that this should be pretty simple because we're not going to do really huge outlandish things. And it will be frame by frame. So I think with all of this here, what the next thing will have to be is once we build this frame, we'll call this I'm calling this the animation frame. So once we build the animation frame, then what we'll have to then do is wrap this entire thing. And we'll then have to wrap this entire thing in its own buffer. Or, sorry, not in its buffer, but in its own thing. There we go. I need to get that out of the way. So what we'll do is wrap this entire thing, and this will be called we'll call it the animator for now. The animator layer. So then what will happen then is this will have a series of these pictures. So a series of these objects laid out. And it will be cycling through these. So when it's the idle animation, it will just, cycle through the idle animation. And then that way, what we can then do is when we want to happen, we can simply go, 1, 2, and then for 3, we call warp instead. And then it can change it out to its warped presence. And then that way, and then afterwards, all of this will then be fed into, as I said, the video buffer. Let's give this a little mic. There you go. It'll be fed into its video buffer. And then that way, pretty much all that needs to happen then is I just need to put in an input, and it will just cycle through here, and it will grab the appropriate frames from our long list. So this right here should be a dictionary right here. So yeah, this should be a dictionary. At least I'm thinking that this should be a dictionary. Because the layering is an issue, this is when layer is an issue, maybe we should make it a list. Either way, because of this fact, what we need to focus on first is the elements for this here. So we know we need background color. We also need to have the, it should, I wonder. Because one potential solution would be to just have a basic function where we say it's called warp. And then what we do is we just simply input it, we can input in our Fourier transformation. You know, it's that 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. It's pretty much some kind of, and it's not just zeros and ones. It's not binary. It's actually a lot of decimals, but you get the idea. It's a matrix which tells it how to change the image in three-dimensional space. It's often used in video games. In fact, I think it is the go-to for video games. I wish I could remember what it's called, but I can describe it. The main thing is we can have this, so we can store this, and then every time we call warp, we do that. Or we could pass it in as our transformation. If we pass it in, I think passing it in would be the better option. So we should definitely do that. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll have a function for warping, we'll have background color, we'll build the frame out. Because of the fact that this is going to be a framing, we should probably have a couple functions for housework. So we'll need some functions for ordering the frames, deleting, adding. These could just be, yeah, we should probably still do it that way, because that way we can then control the order. Like, obviously, we also need to know where the data is located within the computer. So yeah, okay. I think that's a good idea. I think that might be good. So let's run with that. And let me, as I mentioned, let me put on some, it's deathly quiet. It is deathly quiet. Let's see here. Hacks, patches, math, animator. Come on, I saw you earlier. Where are you? I had a bunch of music that was, I had a bunch of music. Oh, here it is. Found it. All right. Let's see here. There we go. Nice. I need to make some actual music. This is all AI generated stuff that I found. There's a tool online that you could play with. But it's better than nothing. Let me go ahead and add it a couple more. There we go. Okay. So now we have something that at least will be some little background noise. All right, nice. Oh, nice. Okay, so let's work. Okay, so yeah, so we're going to have warp. I don't think we need to call it warp frame. Let's just call it warp. And I don't. Is there any constant? Oh yeah, we do. I know. So bit size. Or we'll also set this to, hey, Dervin Patel, how's it going? How's it hanging? Let's see here. Oh, I can't. I don't think in this anything is going to be constant. And we definitely should. Let's see here. Yeah, how's it hanging? Let's see here. So, This is actually, these are individual frames. So what we do is we create the object and then we start importing our files in. Oh, sure. I can explain. Hey, Potato Eye. How's it going? So what I'm building is Alright, so to put it shortly, you can see here my avatar right here. He moves around a lot and I can have him do all sorts of things. He's actually generated by a bunch of movies that are constantly looping. And as such, I have to constantly be swapping in and out the different parts in order to have him, well, animate. So what I thought would be kind of fun would be to actually build my own animation tool where I could then just have the pictures or the components of the pictures together. And then from there, it can just auto build them for me as I need them and then feed them into the video buffer. So the idea would be, let me load this up so I can show you. There you go. So yeah, the idea here is that I would have a... Okay, let me make a new one so that I can explain it, because this is a bit of a mess. All right, there we go. Okay, so pretty much the idea is that my avatar here, he is made up of individual frames. And these could be anything from like his tail and how his tail moves. This could be his glasses that he's wearing that give the emotes, as well as his body. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we'll give him a thumbs up. There we go. So yeah, and the idea is that all of these end up being compiled together into a frame, which then gets converted into a movie, and then those movies are constantly being looped. And I'm trying to cut out this middleman right here. What I'm hoping is that I can build a Python script. It doesn't have to, I just picked Python because I want to improve my knowledge in Python. But what I'm trying to do here is I'm hoping that what I can do is, instead of creating a whole series of these movies, which is constantly being swapped in and out. So if I want him to be angry, I have to deload this video of him being happy, and then upload the video of him being angry in order to swap between these things. It's pretty good right now, but due to how the tools are, especially when it comes to OBS, its video encoder can be quite messed up sometimes. So you can actually get a lot of glitches, and you can kind of see the seams within the animation. So what I'm hoping is, instead of having to do this, instead this will be fed into a stream. So yeah, this will be fed into a stream, and then that will constantly be uploading these videos. So whenever I want this particular frame, what will happen then is it'll just compile the frame as I need it and then pass it into the video buffer, and thus it will, yeah, pretty much just going to stream the images. And I figured that the first step that I should focus on, if we go back to the map, is starting with the animation frame here. Because I need to be able to tell the software where everything is located. Where are the individual components to the avatar? Where could everything be managed? And ultimately, like, how much does the image need to be warped when I'm going to be talking? How much? What's the cycle here? All of these types of things. Yes, I do. I actually have a little... I'm using Sammy for this, and because of that, I have a little dashboard. And what it allows me to do is I can cycle between the individual components. Pretty much, I can change what's being loaded into the video as process, and it will switch between them. So right now, I have my left hand, which is currently controlling the mouse, as you can see, and my right hand is touching the dashboard in order to change the animations, which is kind of annoying. Not gonna lie, but you work with what you got. And as I mentioned, to kind of show, for instance, see, this kind of shows off that what I mean by these are made of individual components. The goggles are actually a completely different frame that I had to convert. So in actuality, I have a video for here with the goggles on, and then a video with the goggles off. And I'm hoping that I could fix that. So actually, another thing that we can do, since I'm talking about this, so let's see here. So I think a dictionary is the best way to go. We're going to have to make it a structured dictionary. So we'll definitely have to add in some. So we'll definitely have to have a reorder layers. And we don't have, this is all going to be internal, so we don't have to worry about passing anything in. So yeah, we don't have to worry about passing anything in. But yeah, the idea is that this will reorder our frames. So reorder layers in dictionary. And this will simply take a transformation matrix to warp image. Alright, so one thing we can take in though, because this is we're going to create this, we'll do bit size. I think bits, how many languages do I know? I know a couple. For instance, I've dabbled in Java, C++, C#. I've also learned, I use Python mostly, largely because like 99% of jobs out there require you to use Python. I do not know why. It's either Python or Java. So because of that, I use Python most of the time, and that's why I figure like I'm going to use Python to make this. Though to be fair, I think that C++ would actually be the better program here. C++ would be the much better one. Into AI, yes, actually AI is very fun. If you go to Hugging Face, you can find there's a whole ton of different ones that are very fun. All right then, I think we'll go to stick with. I think we're going to stick with bits. 8. Because the reason why is that there we go. The bit depth. So when I'm thinking about for bits, this is bit depth. So an image has images have a range in which you can display colors. You can change them based off of a variety of things. For instance, if you look my avatar here, he has a couple primary colors and a lot of grays. So if I had 256 colors, which is an 8-bit picture, then you can see it looks pretty fine. But if I drop this down to binary, like 2 bits, it would be a black and white picture. So we should definitely do this, but we should also. So yeah, we should definitely allow to set it, because for some people they might want to have a limited range. It would definitely speed up the passing into the frame buffer or the video buffer. Have I tried front ends? I have. Actually, I have. I am quite fun. I have a lot of fun with front ends. Again, most of it though is in Python because of work. But I do want to see if I can learn React.js as well as some other of those at some point, because it'd be very fun to use them for programming through a browser, no less. I should say. But for me, I end up mostly using. There's a couple different ones. For instance, there is. I don't think it's installed, but there's PyQt6. This is a very good front end software that allows you to build in Python. If you're really wet behind the ears, you can use tkinter. It's actually built into the Python module or the Python code base, and it's also a front end. So yeah, these are quite fun. I think I'll probably build one for this project as we move on. Right now, we just need to build the basic framework. And I think most likely we will have to use... I'll probably use... actually, I don't know. Maybe it might be a good idea to try and use Django. And again, we'll see. We'll see. Front end is the last thing we tend to think of. Oh, we should probably import PIL while we're at it. Oh yeah, do I have it installed? I do not. Let's install that. We need that for our transformations. But yeah, so we have 8-bit. We should probably also... We should also probably limit this. So I'm gonna block this off. So change bit depth. Actually, this should be changed as well because this is what this is. So this is the bit depth. There we go. This will take in bit depth. All right, you have a good one. I always enjoy learning myself, so hopefully the classes are interesting. I think the last thing I was I don't know how it is for most people, but for me, I love to learn. If someone could pay me to be a student forever, I would be a student forever because I just enjoy learning so much. Reading new papers, learning new things. I think 99.9% of all of the content that I follow is has some form of learning involved. I usually see on YouTube, they'll say, look, Mr. Beast has released a new video, and I look at it and go, I don't really know if I can learn anything from this. This is, how 100 days surviving Minecraft with Mr. Beast. I don't really think I can learn anything from that, so I'm going to pass. Unless he can uncover some new strategy in Minecraft, I'm gonna go stick to 3 blue 1 brown, or number file, or computer file, or Mathologer, or Kirkcassette. As I said, I like learning. I enjoy learning. All right, bit depth. This is an integer. We're not returning anything. I need to work on my typing. There we go. So now we're changing the bit depth. We're going to set a limit here. If bit depth is greater than... Let's see... I think I'm going to change it, keep it to 16 bits. I think 16 is good enough. If 16, we're going to... Oh, I should probably also input some logs. Or we need to import Loggeroo as well. Loggeroo. All right. So we imported Loggeroo. We need to import Logger from Loggeroo. So from Loggeroo, import Logger. Logger dot. We'll put error. So bit. Oh. Let's see here. Bit depth to log or bit depth. Oh, how should we format our logs? how should we format our logs? We should probably try and keep it as simple as possible. In my last workplace, they wanted me to write out paragraphs for the logs, which is not, sometimes it's very helpful with figuring things out, and other times it can be a bit cumbersome. So we'll simply say exceeds bit depth limit. And then we'll simply put bit depth here. There we go. There we go. That's our bit depth. So that's our error. And we'll go set to or set to 10. Or better yet, reset. Reset to bit depth equal to 10. There we go. There we go. And then next, we need to do another one. If the depth is if it's less than 0, actually, we need 2 colors for bit depth. So theoretically, this should be if it's less than 1, because at least with 2, we can go with a binary. It can be 0 and a 1. So if it's 1, then we're going to simply say again logger dot error. Actually, no, the log could actually say something quite similar. Bit depth exceeds limits, and we're going to reset this 1 to 2. There we go. And otherwise, if that's everything, then what we're going to do is we're going to simply set it to, not bit size, bit depth. Why do I have a feeling I just noticed that. I just noticed that. It's actually spelled wrong too. We can fix it real quick. And we'll simply set this one to whatever our depth is. Let's go ahead and fix this. Oh, did the music stop? It did. It's not. Oh. It's just too quiet. Alright. Let's go ahead and dump this one then. Oh, I know what happened. My audio busted. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, there we go. It's fixed. Okay, so all right, bit depth. This is a basic integer, and we'll change this one up here. This will be RGB. Actually, we do need the image size, so we'll call this image size. And this will also be a tuple. Two ints. And we'll have it be width by height. That way we won't get confused. So image size, bit depth. And then last but not least, this will be the this will be the background color. So background color, and this is the tuple. That will have the 4 ints. Okay. And then this will simply be bit depth. And then we'll have image size. As I mentioned, this is a tuple. And for now, we'll just set this to be 512 by 512. We'll make it a square. We'll make it a square for now. So we go bit depth. Bit size is no longer a thing, so we can get rid of that. We put that there. There we go. Okay. Should we keep? No, we actually. I don't think we need. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry about locking that one. So we won't bother that right now. Same with background color. So I think right now we have these, and as I mentioned, we'll set the default. Actually, so one thing we'll do here also is that we'll have to make it so that people have to input what we want. But from here, what we'll do is it will be background color. As I mentioned, this is a tuple with 4 ints. Oh, actually, you know what? We could actually make it not just a tuple. Let's do that. Let's do that. We'll call this the background color types. So the first one will be the tuple, like this, and then the second one will simply be a string. Oh, whoopsie. It'll be a string. And then that way, we can do either or. We'll have to put in our own little system. All right, there we go. Okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and add that in here. Set background color. And this will be background color. And because of that, we're not going. You cannot. There it is. Okay. All right, so you have to input this one in. So we'll set this currently to none. There we go. Nice. We'll set it to none. And then from I should probably organize this a bit. And we probably should go through the pillow information to see what we need. All right, so let's see here. If background color is instance, let's see, our object type would be a so our object is background color. And then this will be it's going to be the tuple. So if it happens to be this, then what we can simply do is just pass this in. Background color will be equal background color. Now, if our background color happens to be a string, then, oh, all right, why is it complaining? Remove generic parameter. I see. Oh, fine then. All right. Now, if this is a string, then we're going to have to do extra processing. So with that in mind, we then have to start, as I said, I wonder, why don't we look up real quick about pillow? Let's see here. Does it have color conversions? Let's see, Python support, platform, building, image chops. We're looking for color. Color. Yeah, there's color palettes, color enhance, color TK, color file format. There's the 16-bit color, 24. Wait, who would use 24? That is ludicrous if you're going to that. Okay, we'll see how well our if once we get to that stage and it is good enough, then we can then mess with it. All right, for now though, let's focus on other stuff. Okay, let's not spell it the British way. Color. Image color. Okay. Get RGB. So convert a color string to a RGB tuple. If the string cannot be parsed, this function raises an exception. So image color, get color, converts the RGB value to a grayscale value. So we are actually going to want to use this one here, get RGB. Can I go into it? Source. So color is string, and then it'll output a tuple. It can give a 3 or 4. Ooh, we might actually want this. Might actually be what we need. I see. Oh yeah, that's the get color function. So we're just interested in get RGB. So if the length of color is greater than 100, color specifier is too long. And then RGB color map gets. So we'll have to get the color. Then we match, and then we output it if the match is. I see. So in other words, this isn't just your normal red, greens, and blues. What this is an actual color string, like the hexadecimal string. Let's see, if the string cannot be parsed, the function will, throw an error. I didn't actually think about that. Now here's the question. Can it just take normal words? Oh, here we go. Here's the color map dictionary. Okay. I see yellow, yellow, green, purple, blue. All right, I think, yeah, we should definitely, this is definitely what we want to use. That's their color map that they're talking about. Okay, let's import it in and give it a test. But yeah, we want to use this one. So we'll import in image color. Oh. So image color. Get RGB. And we'll put here this one. All right, there we go. And then we'll be storing our background color. All right, nice. And then from here, we'll simply want to self.change bit depth. And we'll simply do bit depth right there. Image size we won't worry about. Oh yeah, it's not returning anything. Oh yeah, okay, I forgot. It's not returning anything. I know what okay, yeah. We just need to call this. And next will be the set background color. Background color. There we go. Okay. Okay, that should work. Let's see, where's our here you are, console. Put you over here. Actually, I should probably install the virtual. This is a clean install, so we should probably add in a couple things. Let's see here. Where are you? Packages, here we go. So let's start adding in a couple things. We want pandas. We have Pillow installed already. We have NumPy. I don't think we need sklearn. Not for this project. Alright, so instead, then what we'll do is interpreter. So we want the interpreter. Okay. IPython. Thank you. All right, IPython. Wait, what? Wait, you're not going to install. Okay, poop on you then. Okay, let's try and install a version then. We'll go with 9.1. And no, still there. Okay. The new release of pip is available. Please update. Ignored the following version. Could not follow satisfies requirements. IPython 9.1. Alright then. Okay, we don't need it then. Okay, we'll get. Yeah, we don't need it then. We'll worry about that later. Oh wait. Install NumPy packages. Please, wait, it could not install num, but why could it not install numpy? The joys of starting up your own, or starting with your own. All right, to the terminal. All right then. All right then, sudo apt-get. Oh. Update. Oh, I forgot. Oops. Okay. All right, anyway. Okay, we want to do pip. So pip install Python. Pandas. Pip install. Oh, okay. That will install numpy for us. There we go. Okay. All right. Upgrade pip. All right. Pip install. Let's see here. We have numpy installed. So we wanted IPython. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's working. We should also install PyQt. IQT6. Anything else do you think we need? Anything else? Not really that I can think of at the second. Actually, to be fair, one thing that we could potentially... We should probably look up a video buffer software. Let's see here. I used Pillow quite a bit in my research days. When it came to processing images, you had a couple options. You had a Java instance of course, I forgot the name of it. Let's see here. Science image processing tool. Well, yes, I know you. Yeah, I know MATLAB. Yes, I know MathWorks and MATLAB. Yeah, I know you guys are good. I'm looking for the free one. There it is, ImageJ. Yeah, I used a lot of ImageJ back then. Because this is a fantastic tool. I wonder if it's still good now. I haven't touched it in forever. Either way. The next was Pillow and Python. So, but what we're looking for is Python video, I guess video stream? Not a server, just video streaming tool. OpenCV, yeah. That's, alright, OpenCV. Oh yeah, OpenCV is a pain in the butt though to install it. Let's see here, PyImageSearch. Let's see, do you have anything? Oh, HiFlask. So, image utilities. Okay, so yeah, let's install some of these. Yeah, let's install some of these. So, pip install image util. And then pip install OpenCV. We're going to stick with the standard distribution. So contrib Python. Contrib Python. Let's see here. And I have a feeling we might want to install Flask. Well, when we get there, we get there. Either way, we have OpenCV installed. Perfect. Okay, so I think that might be everything. All right, what are you complaining about? Typing. Oh yeah, I know it's not scalable. We'll worry about that later. So now that we're actually installed, so technically we should keep everything in the image formats. Because right now all I'm thinking of is using native software, but the idea would be that we're importing our own image frames, and then we pass them into Pillow. So we could do something along those lines, but why don't we take a quick peek at Pillow? Well, I think one thing we need to do is we need to define our dictionary as well. So why don't we go ahead and do that? Structures. And let's see here, Python script. So this will be the layer, or we'll just call this, I guess, image structures. And of course I spelled it wrong. Annoying thumbs. All right, structures. Thank you. The main point is that we want to define a dictionary. So this will be the image layer, which will be a dictionary. It'll house strings, and then it will be any format. Oh. Typing any. There we go. All right. So this particular structure, we have a couple different variables, and we have to make them, we're going to make them constants. So let's see here. We have, this will be the visible. This will be a Boolean. Well, actually, we should probably just set it like this. So we have visible, we have the image, and this will simply be, right now we're dealing with it as an ND array. And then also we have the layer, and this will happen to be an int. Yeah, where we have, since it'll be different layers, so we'll have this be int. And then I'm trying to think what else. I guess this will be it for now. So visible. Let's see here. So visible, image, layer. These all happen. This is all the names. This is all the names. So this is technically going to be strings. But this is going to be a Boolean. This is going to be the ND array. And then this is going to be an integer. All right, so visible. We'll always set it to true. Then image. We'll have to just set this to none right now because there's nothing we can put in there. And then layer will also be none. There. And why are you complaining? The annotation cannot be used in an assignment. Any. Did they change that? I bet they changed it. Because I could use any all the time back in... Let's see here. We'll set this to string for now. Let's see if it fixes the complaint. No, it doesn't fix the complaint. Okay. Multiple targets. Not assigned to literal. I don't get what's the problem. I do this all the time. We're setting a Boolean. We're setting these to nuns. Oop. Oh. Don't tell me it's that. Okay, I've... Alright, yep. I had it set wrong. Okay. So this is our structure for our image layer. So whenever we want to create something, we're going to use this format here. All right, so warp, reorder layers, and then we need to add a layer. So let's go ahead and let's see here. I should probably organize this a little bit. So this will be the transformation functions. So this is transformations. And then we're going to simply copy this. And then this will be our in-house keeping. So we'll just call this housekeeping. And then from there, let's go ahead and grab our housekeeping ones. There we go. Okay, organized. So now that we have this, we should then, since now we're here with housekeeping, we should now do add layer. Now the idea here is that we would be able to input in a path All right, so how should we set this up? Should we have it import a path and then we just automatically fill it in? Actually, that might be the best option. So the main thing will be, this will be the image path. And we're going to use the path module. But then everything else will be inputs. For instance, everything else will be inputs. For instance, visible be a bool. And then the layer, which will be an int. It'll always be visible. And why is there greed? I'm getting corruption going on here. What's going on? Okay, I guess Rundeck is having trouble with this. Oh my, it's corrupting. I wonder how far the pixel damage will go. Maybe if we, let's see here. Maybe if we minimize this. There we go. Okay. It kind of gives you a bit of a window into how Rundeck is working. In order to keep bitrate up, if a pixel doesn't change color long enough, what it'll end up doing is it'll just stop updating those pixels. So interesting. Okay, we need this import. This is from pathlib. There we go. But that also means that another layer we need to have in here is the image path. And this will be a string. And we'll set this to, let's see here, image path. Oh. There we go. Okay, image path. All right. Nice. So now we have that. Now I better be copying. I'm defining it here. I better be I will have to make sure that this is a copy function, because if it's not, then there's going to be a giant pain in the butt. Technically, we just need these to be consts, and I can probably just have it auto-generate when we... Actually, that would be the better option. That would probably be the better option. Actually, you know what? Let's do something real quick. There we go. Console's working. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and paste you in. Okay, first things first. Where are you? Settings. New instance, new problems. Key mapping. Execute. Let's see here. It's not execute get. Let's see here. Step in, step out. Pause. No, 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 no. Execute selection. Here we go. This one. Execute selection in Python console. I want to change this. So we're going to remove that one. And I want to add Control E. Okay, what's it complaining about? Wow, that's a lot. A lot of these use Control E. Oh, that's fine. I don't care. This shortcut is already assigned to other actions. Do you want to remove? Yes, remove them, please. Thank you. Good. Done. So now what I can do is I can just grab it, Control E, and there we go. Nice. Image path has not been defined. All right. There we go. Perfect. Ooh, nice. All mapped to the left hand too. Good, nice. Okay. So now we have image layer. Copy. And it were okay. There we go. Perfect. Every time we call it, we copy. I remember doing something like this, but I remember doing something like this in previous projects. However, as I said, my brain's a sieve. I tend to forget things, so I always want to validate and double check. So the main thing here is we're going to copy that over. So this will be the image layer. So image layer. This is a dictionary that will have anything. And from here, we're going to import in our image layer. Let's see here. It will not... it will not see it. All right. Oh, there's a mosquito in here. Oh yeah, I caught him, but he got away. Oh yeah, I hate mosquitoes. Okay, we'll keep an eye out. If he tries to get me, I'm going to squish him. Anyway. Anyway, let's continue. Image typing, and then this should be our... Let's see. We need the software to start remembering our stuff. So what we'll do is we'll just help it for now from src.structures.image structures imports. Actually, you know, I think I should just import image structures. Import image structures. There we go. There we go. And then from here, can then image structures. There we go. Dot copy. There we go. Perfect. Nice. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. And why is that spelt wrong? Oh, I see. I forgot the, I forgot. There we go. Perfect. All right, good. Done. Nice. Okay, so we copied that over. So now we have this. We're now going to do image layer. And then in this case, it will be image structures. Image, thank you. And then this will be image path. And then this will equal image path. There we go. An image layer. Image structures. Visibility. And we'll set this to visible. Oh. Image layer. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit. There we go. And then from here, we'll want to layer. And then last but not least, let's see here. That should be everything. And then last but not least, what we'll want to do is we will want to open the image afterwards. So the idea will be then that now that we have these, let's see here. If we do pill dot, oh, we bring in image color. If I remember, it was just pil.open. let's try that. Yeah, I remember it was pil.open. Oh, not you. Not here. Not here. Up here. Here it is. PIL dot. Okay, it's not PIL.open. All right, to the okay, to the documentation again. Here we go. Documentation. So, Python pill. Yeah, I think the last time I touched this documentation was like 7 years ago. The last few jobs that I worked on did not require image processing. Let's see here. Open. There it is. Okay. It's image.open. All right. So from PIL, let's open up image, or let's import image as well. I remember there being an just a simple open. Image, open, and then this will be image path. Now, and then from here, let's see here, then from here, okay. We'll simply want to put this in as well. Image, there we go. Nice. Okay, oh, whoops. I forgot to get rid of that. There you go, see? Nice. So now we have this. Let's see here. Dictionary object is not callable. But image path, that's just a... That's not a dictionary. That's a path function. Yeah, that's a path... Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet I know. Let's see here. We'll want to output this as a different format. So, It's not stem, not suffixes, not root, not parents, not name, not drive. I just want to put dash string, but okay, no, let's not do that. Let's just leave it like this for now. And actually, we should open up let's try and open up a picture. So let's find myself an image. Let's see here, pictures. Here we go. We have a picture right here. Okay, let's open this one up. Let's see here. Where are properties? Okay. All right, path. There we go. And then let's get the name. Yeah, without the name, we need the name. Actually, why did I never rename this? I do not know. Anyway. There we go. Okay. It's not the... Alright, there we go. Oh. Removed There's there's an error. All right, they're changing something. Let's see here. NumPy that float was removed in. Oh wait, I'm not using that right now though. Where are you? Okay, let's just import numpy. That was fine. Okay. All right, Mr. Program. It's probably this thing here. Technically, this is going to be something else pretty soon. This is actually going to be a layer. So this is actually going to be a dictionary. Which is going to be a string and any. Yeah, because this is our components container. And speaking of which, we should define it in our initialization. So voila, there we go, done. Okay, good. Actually, part of me feels like I should actually change this to a number for the different layering. The layer should technically be here. What would be the best course of action for this? I think technically this can be anything. I think I'll keep it for the name as a string for now, but if we decide down the road we want to change it to a number, then it shouldn't be too famous last words, I know, but it shouldn't be too difficult. And since we actually have layer input in the dictionary, then it shouldn't be too difficult. And plus, we're going to be restructuring the dictionary anyway. Technically, we should make this a list. There's no reason to have... We're changing it. This doesn't need to be a dictionary. That's just overcomplicating it. This is going to be a list. And the way it works is that each of the components in this list is going to be defined, or 0 to whatever is the layering, and then we'll just simply insert and smooth them around within the list. That way we don't have to do any weird shenanigans when it comes to dictionaries. All right, and then I think the next thing we need to do as well is because we're copying, we have the defaults already set. So if visible, then do this. If, let's see here, if layer, then do this. Image path. Actually, let's see here. If image path dot exists, and technically we want this to be the opposite. So if not exist, then what we want to do is instead of actually logging it, we're actually going to raise it. And this will be a value error. So image does not exist. And then we'll just simply output the path. There we go. Okay. Then likewise, if it does exist, we then proceed to go through everything. And then visibility, that, and then I think last but not least, we should log it after everything is loaded. So logger.info, and from here we'll simply say image loaded, and then it'll just be a series of things. I don't think we do need to track this information. Mainly like what this frame is. So yeah, because I think we need a, yeah, let's add that to the structures. So image name. Name. Let's see here, and then it's gonna mess me up if I hit spacebar. So image name, and we'll put this as a none. Yeah, because we really do need to keep track of the names. It can be very simple naming too. And plus, we'll be using this much later. Actually, you know what? As I mentioned, this is a layer that will be going into an animation, or into our animation buffer. So all of this right here, this is just all to contain the frame. So technically the name technically the name is going to be for the animation. We can still have the name because you might want to know what each layer is. For instance, this is the VR layer. This is the this is the VR layer. This is the tail layer. This is the, I don't know, pants layer. You know, different layers. You know, VR layer. So because of that, then we should at least have the name. And that way also, when we end up going in, we can also use it as a way to we can use it as a way, for instance, deactivate all VR layers. And we can then go in and find it immediately. But that would definitely mean going back to the dictionary. Because that way means we just can do a call function rather than having to sort through the layer. Man, there's so many ways one could do this. Yeah, I know dictionaries are structured. Yeah, dictionaries are structured, so we could take advantage of the structures of the dictionaries for our layering. And we'll just, but yeah, in all of my projects, we never had to really focus on structure. So maybe, maybe I'm gonna have to update the dictionary a bit. Since the dictionary is already structured, what we could do is we can. Now that might not be a wise option, but the idea would be to set it up so that I can. The idea would be to set it up so that if we, because for a normal dictionary, what you do here is, let's see here. Do we have a dictionary loaded? Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We have image layer here. So if you type in image layer, you can kind of see all of the different layers and all the different frames. And then if you do that and then type get, then you can get a particular layer. So if I wanted to get visible, then voila, it happily pulls it out. However, if I wanted to get the first element, let's try the second element. There, see, it doesn't work. And that's the reason why is because it's trying to pull the actual, it thinks 2 is an actual layer. And it's looking for that. So in other words, if I ended up, image layer, this is kind of the fun thing about this. I set 2, and then I can have pi. There you go. So we can have 2 pi's. So now if I do get 2, we can get pi, yeah. So if there's a way to set the dictionary, not just the get function, but if there's a way to set the dictionary where I could call these and have it output the... Oh, that's because we're calling dic. image layer. Yeah, see, that's going to throw an error. So I should wrap up the dictionary. I should wrap, actually, main thing first. Before I go out and start wrapping the dictionary up, let's check this out real quick. Python dictionary call by number. Yeah, we know of the keys, value. Yeah. We know all that. Yeah, items. Yes. No, okay. It did not show it. It did not show what I'm looking for. Oh, keys. No, wait, that's not. Yeah. Let's see, my dictionary. Apple, yes. And then apple, yes. Yes, we know. Yeah, so we can't do that. All right. Why don't we try and do that then? I don't think that I don't think that that's... Let's see here. I know it flies in the face of what a dictionary is. But that means I would have to actually keep track of the... Let's see here. Python dictionary. So it's a structured dictionary. So let's type that in. Python structured dictionary. And we're going to simply... let's see here. Get third... Yeah, get third structure. Three layer... No, that's not it. No, that's not it either. I have a strong feeling that what I'm trying to do is... Because I understand how dictionaries work. A dictionary is... It is a structure where everything's paired by keys. You have a key, and then you have a value. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set up... what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to treat it like a list, but it's a dictionary. So in other words, I can either call the layer by its name. For instance, I want the... VR glasses. Or I can say I want to get the third element in our structured dictionary. I think probably the best well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, so let's actually put that in here first. So this is actually here. This is So what this happens to be is the return function. There it is, that one. And the idea is that we're going to... So the idea here for this one is when we just call our image, it will output a fully compiled image. As in, it compiles everything for us and we're done. We don't have to worry about it. So that's what this will do. It will compile all layers into a single frame. So the idea then is that this is going to output an image. This is going to output an image. So with that in mind, how do we go? As I mentioned, the easiest method would be to simply have layers, and then it just iterates down the layer, or you have a list, and then it'll iterate down the list and put all of the pieces together. So 0 happens to be the topmost layer, and then 7 or 100 or 42 will be the bottom layer. And then from there, it will, as I said, compile all of it together, and then it'll be done. you'll get your output. If it's a dictionary, then we have to know what is where. One potential solution would be to simply iterate through, as I said, we have the different dictionary items. We have one layer as well. So I think the list is still a better option because of the fact that what happens if someone says the layer 2 is going to be the same? I would have to implement an entire set of code to limit people on what layers they put in. So a list is the best option. So another thing would be then to just simply, we'll just have to cycle through the list. That's just how it'll have to be. We'll just have to cycle through the list based off of how we want to do it. So if we want to turn off, if we want to, for instance, turn off a layer, and actually, believe it or not, but I think that what we should do is also pass in, we should also be able to pass in other variables here. So visible, I think that's actually should be the only thing that should be passable. And I'm going to set this to none because we don't really want to do anything. If I set this, then it's going to mess up. So pretty much if visible. So yeah, if visible, then what we're going to do is we're going to simply change it. Actually, we also need to have in the layer name. Yeah, because we need to think about all right, let's get up our roadmap again. Let's get up our roadmap. So here's our roadmap. Pen. Okay. All right, so the main thing here we need to be aware of. All right, so the main thing we need to be aware of right here is that we're building a frame right here. So this is our frame. And as I mentioned, it'll take a whole bunch of them, take a whole bunch of them, and when we call it, it will output this frame. And the idea for our animation builder, so for the next step, we kind of need to know what's going to happen here to kind of dictate how the structure is going to be here. So for our next step, what we're going to do is so this right here is going to be our timeline. And the idea is that we will have a series of animations. So this will also be a dictionary with names. Happy, sad, angry, different emotions. And then we'll have a series of these frames. Like so. And in fact, if I think what we want is based off of the different types of well, to expand on this a bit, we're going to have happy. So that's the name of it. And then in it, we're then going to have idle. So this will be the idle animation. Talk, which will be the talk animation. I guess dance, which will be the dance animation. A whole bunch of things. And then these will be the frames. So this will be a dictionary within a dictionary. And that way, what we can do is then have triggers attached to these. So whenever a certain decibel goes up or down, then we'll activate talk. If we end up having, a button pressed, it will start playing out dance. And then that means this also right here would have interruptible, not interruptible, so yes, no, so yay, nay. It would also have the animation length. So we should probably start building this out here. But the main point is we should build the structure for this anyway. But the main point is that because of this, that means whenever we call the frame, and it's going to be right here, that means each individual frame, I'm trying to figure things out here. Because ideally what we'll want to do is, yeah, I think that's it. It's an all or none situation here. We're not going to mix and match, pick and polish each individual element with each individual frame. It's either all the frames are on or all the frames are off. As such, you have to define if a particular layer is visible, and it will go in and turn it off. So that means if we call, we'll call VR headsets, and we change the visibility to false, then all of the frames here will have the checkbox turned off. And then from that, it will then just exclude that from when we generate the frame next time. And that way we have to physically set this within our code. So in this idle animation, if I hit a button that says turn off, or I hit a button that says disable VR, then it will change all the frames. It'll cycle through, change all the frames to have visibility be 0 or negative, and then that's it. So I think that's the best way we're doing. That's what we should do. So with that in mind, that means this will just reproduce. We don't need to have this. Yeah, so that means this will just reproduce right here. Oh. We don't need to have anything. So whatever's there is going to output it. So we'll call this layer in components. There we go. Oh, we need to self it. All right, so there we go. If layer, we should get the visibility. So if layer the image structures, we want the layer variable. So if not, so in other words, if the layer is not visible, then we're just going to continue. Now, if it continues, then this will be compile image, and this is a to-do. So let's mark that, to-do. All right. Okay, good. So now we have that. All right, so now we have that. Checking things out. We'll worry about the warping later. We should mark this down here as well. To do. Okay then. So far so good. I know that theoretically I could just stream in the end. I wonder if that would be faster. So one of the main things I'm trying to do is decrease the amount of memory usage this has. So that it really boils down to how fast it would take to load in all of the images and process them and compile it into a frame. So if we have like 15, the fastest would be to hold it in the memory. Hence what we have set up right now. So that would be the fastest. But at the same time, holding it in memory would probably also, because one of the things I want to do is just be able to drag and drop straight in. I want this to be with the data being stored in memory like this, I have to write a function that will refresh it. So one potential solution would be to just every time I call this, it will then grab all the images and compile it. You will run the risk of if an image is missing, then it will throw an error. We could probably tell it to forget about it, but so we should try that out. We should try that structure first. So let's see here. And we do really need to reorder. We should put a to-do here too. Lots of to-dos. Lots of to-dos. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm thinking, because I also have this. Oh, it didn't work. It didn't work. Why did it mess up? Oh. Something busted. Something's busted. I'll have to figure out what it is. I have a candid video. I accidentally updated Sammy, and as such, it looks like it borked a lot of things, because I have a video. You know what? I'm going to I can show you the video. Well, okay, maybe not. That's where our music is going through. Okay, we'll forget about it. But I have candid animations, and I would like to use those and stream them into the buffer as well. So I think for the animation, so let's see here. So this is structures. Let's add in another folder. And we'll call this animation. Let's go ahead and start with this one. So call this animator, or we'll call this the, yeah, we'll call it animator. For simplicity's sake, we'll call it animator for now. So we'll call it animator. All right, so yeah, for the simplicity, animator. And this will contain, again, this will be a whole lot of different structures. So, for instance, we have ourselves so variables. Let's see here. Okay, I'm adjusting the music a little bit because sometimes it gets a bit loud. At least for me, on my end. Anyway, so let's see here, what we have here. So this will definitely be the, this is the animation layers. And these will be the different animations. So, animations, this will be a dictionary. We'll host a series of strings. And then this will be another dictionary with another series of strings. And this is where we're going. Oh, this is where we're going to put in our image structure. So let's go ahead and get that name. So we called it animation frame. This is where animation frame is going to go. There we go. Oh, it's finally remembering where our data is located. We'll set this to none. And then when we build this, and I don't think we have to worry about that for now, but what we'll do is animations, and we'll set this to a dictionary. There we go. All right, dictionary. And I think another thing we're going to have to do is, yeah, the first day of a project is always setting up the structures. It can be a bit daunting, especially when you have, as you start building and developing, it'll take a bit of time. So this is going to be the enumerators. So in this particular case, this will actually be the animations. Animations enum. There we go. So, animations, enum, and we'll want to define this. There we go. And then we have a series of different animations we want. So, as I mentioned, for my particular character, we have a variety. We have, for instance, we should set these first. So this will be the animation components. As I mentioned, this will be things like idle. Oh, no, no. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you adding... What are you doing? Okay. So, idle. This will be, yeah. Let's see, idle, speak, or talk. This will be screen, or usually we call this the max or the peak. So we'll call this peak. So idle, talk, peak, intro, intro, exit. No, not system exit, exits. We should probably make this intro. Well, let's keep it with the theme. Let's keep it with the themes. Outro. So intro, outro. Let's see, any other things? We have our talking, our peaking, our idles, our intros, our outros. No, I don't think so. I think that might be it. All right, then. Yeah, I believe this might be it. So... Oh. So we're going to have to define these here. And we're going to have to also pass in a couple other things. So, given that this is our properties, we should probably... Given this is an enum, we should probably define a couple properties. Oh, property. Yeah, okay then. So name. Actually, you know, because of the fact that these are basics, we could actually set standards here. Because most of these animations, they have fairly standards. They don't have to be exact. In fact, we could easily modify them. And but what we can do is we can set defaults here. For instance, an idle animation is typically around 12 frames. Reason being is that you want it to be relatively long. It's just enough to signify what's going on. To make people see that the animation is existing. You see that tail flip right there? That was 10 frames. See, 10 frames. We are running at, I believe, 24 frames a second, or 12 frames a second, and there's a lengthy pause afterwards. So usually the animation happens every 12. It's 10 frames, and then there's like a 60 frame gap, and then another 10 frames. And this is the way it gives kind of the motion that something is happening. I'm waiting. There you go. You can see even the eyes animate. And the eyes are also on 10 frames. So because of that, we can have a different set of values here. So we have our name. We can have the we can have the default length. So default length. We can also have the let's see here. We have our name. We have default length. We can have the interference or interferable. I guess description, because people like to know what they're looking at. And anything else that can go in here? I don't think so. Well, this is going to be a string. This is going to be an integer. This is going to be a boolean. And last but not least, this is a string. This is going to be a long string. There we go. And then we have a property. We're going to define name. Actually, is name a stored number? Is a special? Yes, it's special. So we'll we'll call this the animation name. What about you? Oh, typo. Haha, okay, typo. All right. Iterable. Oh, yeah, that is a typer. Interferable. Interferable. Come on, all right, we're going to leave it like that. Even though it claims it's wrong, I'm pretty sure that's not wrong. Actually, it's going to drive me crazy that it looks like that. Interferable. Inferable. No, interferable. Like, it's interfere, able. Interferable. I guess that's... Is that not a word? Is that not a word? Anyway. Interferable. Alright then, so first things first. Animation name. So we're going to define animation, and this is going to return a string. So we're going to return animation name. And then next, we're going to do default length. Likewise, same business. But we're going to return an int. And then, oh, we need to put down property on all. Okay, we'll do that in a sec. Oh, we'll do that in a sec. Enter variable. There we go. And this is going to return a bool. And then last but not least, now remember this one here. Define, and we're going to define a description. And last but not least, we're going to return a string. All right. There, nice. Okay, let's go ahead and add these up here. There we go, okay. And then from here, what we're going to simply do is we have to now input in all of these things. So, animation name. That has a lot of animation name, default. But why is it not auto-completing? Default length, which will be also these are going to all be, well, actually no, they're not all going to be strings. They're all going to be what they're defined as. Interferable, rid of the Q, bool, and then last but not least, description, which will be a string. Okay, nice. And then from there, we're no longer passing in. We're now simply animation name, which is equal to animation name. Then, default length. Default length, thank you. There we go. Default length is equal to default length. Interferable is equal to interferable. And description is equal to description. There we go. There we go. Okay. And actually, we forgot one. Index. Which happens to be an integer. Oh. All right, let's define index. And this will happen to be an int. There we go, perfect, done. Okay, so there we go. That is our thing set up. Now with this set up, we can actually start defining more functions if we want. So this happens to be, yeah, so this happens, I think that should be that. So now if we want, we can then start defining things like class methods. So we can do a class method here. And then this could, for instance, we can define class method and request for, I don't know, let's see here, since these are animation components, so we'll simply do get animation components. Get animation components. Yeah, something like that. And then what this will do is will then provide us with a list of, well, the animation, it'll give us a list of all our stuff. So in this case, this will happen to be animations. And then we'll simply return, and this should be actually a component here. CLS dot, where are you, my friend? Not item size, not prepare, not class. It should be, where are you? I remember you being in here. It was part, it was something like part of. Okay, I'll have to look it back up. The main point is that for now, what we'll do is we'll go, we'll do this for now. We'll find the proper, find the proper call when it happens. So X or animation for animation in CLS dot, or in CLS. There we go. Perfect. Okay. What are you complaining about? Expected an iterable. Got type animations instead. Oop. Hey, EXO. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Right now we're having fun programming, figuring out what to do. Actually, seeing as how that this might be, I'm going to go ahead and, because technically this will be ourselves, so we'll just set this as self for now. Doing well, doing well. As I said, having fun programming. Having fun trying to figure things out. And it did not like that either. Okay. Okay, we'll test this. We'll test this. Yeah, we'll test this. Let's see here. For now, what we need to do is we actually need to start filling these things out. So let's see here. We have this, our animation name, which happens to be idle. Then our next thing is the default length. So as I mentioned, default length for idle animation was 10 frames. So we're going to put 10 here. Interferable is true. And then for description, this will be the animations between actions. So animations between actions. To convey being alive. There we go. There's our description. Next. So the next one is talking. So this is talking. Now, if I recall, for this one, it's actually 5 frames. You have wide open mouth. It depends. You can have it depends on how smooth you want it to be. But for my guy, his default is 5 frames. You have a large, small, close. So that's what we're going to set it to here as well. 5. This happens to be not. This happens to be not interferable, or actually, I think it is interferable. We're going to set that to true. And this is the talking cycle. Talking animation cycle. Let's see here. When I was in the 6th grade, I had to make games with... Yeah. Coding is like its own language. You really have to learn how to do it, and you kind of have to want to enjoy doing it. If you're not enjoying... Yeah, if you're not enjoying doing the coding, then it's very, very hard to do. So yeah, I remember learning how to program as well back then. In fact, in fact, I should say I can remember back in high school and in college, they were having me program very basic games like Lights Out or Hangman. I think Hangman was like one of the more popular ones to do. But there was Lights Out, there was Hangman, there was Tic-Tac-Toe. I had to learn all of these, how to program these. But they always picked the strangest languages. I had to learn how to do all these in Visual Basic. And Visual Basic, it's good for a starting language to learn. But boy, is there a lot of hacky things in Visual Basic. I later learned that a lot of the stuff I learned in Visual Basic, if you try to do that in any other program, I think your colleagues would hunt you down and whip you with beat you with a turnip or something. Because there's in Visual Basic, okay, so let's go down here so I can show you. So in Visual Basic, what would you do? You would simply say, let's see here. It would be like x equals 5, and then you would do y equals 6, and then z equals x plus y. And then go to, and in this case, what are we, 51? Yeah, 51. And then, and let's see here. And actually, well, let's just set it here. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do x plus 1, and then lastly, you do then print z, like that. And then go to 51. And then what would happen in Visual Basic is it'll then start cycling over, an infinite loop here. But it's this go to, because you'd always use this go to go to the different areas. And as such, when I was writing my programs, I would be like, oh, you pushed X on the 3rd column. Well, go up to 34 and proceed to do this animation. Or you pressed the 1st column. Okay, go to 51 and do this animation. So I had a lot of go-tos everywhere. They call it, spaghetti code? So yeah, Visual Basic taught me spaghetti code. And then quickly, once I started learning MATLAB and started learning Python, they were like, you do spaghetti code, and I will whip you with spaghetti. So I had to quickly unlearn how to do spaghetti code. But yeah, it was fun like that. Oh no. All right, I'm trying to get this in here. There we go. And up there, and there we go. Okay. Setting things up. Okay. So now we have that. Next one. So the 3rd column. Oh. Okay. 3rd column is this one happens to be peak. This is literally 1 frame. This is also interruptible. And then this is the max. This is the max, or the max. Oh, let's not do max. Let's do the top most animation in talking. In talking animation. There we go. We'll have to define that later. Intro. Entering. Okay, so we'll just call this intro. This happens to be about, let's see here, 1, 2, 3. This was 8 frames. 8 frames. This is not skippable. And this is the entrance animation. And I'm changing this. I want my animations to be a little bit lengthy, so we're going to set this to 15 now. We'll have to update it when I get to that point. And then last but not least, outro. This is also going to be 15. This is not skippable. And this is the exit animation. Oh, I need to get rid of that R, that E. There we go. Oh, I have lots of fun coding. I have lots and lots of fun coding. All right. You have a good one, X. You have a good night, XO. See you next time. But yeah, I have lots of fun coding. When I'm not working and streaming, I'm coding. Granted, it really depends on the amount of time I have, because I also have to find time to spend with family. So usually I don't get much coding done because, yeah, I highly doubt that my wife will be like, yeah, sure, go lock yourself in the dungeon for an extra 5 hours and continue programming. No, she wants to spend time with me. So I'm going to honor that, and we're going to spend time there. But now that I'm in between jobs, it's much... I can have some time coding. So that's what we're going to do. Hence why I'm working on this right now. Okay, here we go. Everything's set. Let's go ahead and... Oh, syntax error. Oh, we forgot a comma, didn't we? Yeah, we forgot a comma. Okay. Oh, enum hasn't been added in. Okay, let's bring that in. Enum of enum. There we go. And there we go. I knew something. I knew I wasn't crazy. Okay. There. Oh. Let's see here. Takes 5 positional. Oh yeah, we forgot. I forgot this one. Index. We forgot to add this in. Index. Self dot index equals index. There we go. Okay. And what is it complaining about now? Description. Let's see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the 5. There we go. Initialize is missing the required positional argument description. Description is right here. How much do you bet I need to reload? Let's reload. How much do you bet I need to reload? No, I'm missing something. Okay, what am I missing? Missing required positional argument description. So we have index, animation, default length, interferable. That might be it. Okay, let's try that again. Nope, still complaining. Why are you complaining so? Members of initialization, missing description. We have description right here. Description's right here. There's our property right there, description. That is not right. That is spelled horribly wrong. That might be the problem. It's not spelled right. Description. There we go. Okay, I think, there we go. And let's reload it one more time. And it's still, why are you complaining? What are you complaining about? Description is not present, but I have description right here. It's a string. We have 5 spaces. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait. That's why is that there? That's not supposed to be there. Okay, yep. That's in the wrong place. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now that we have this, if we type in animations, get animation components. Oh. There we go. Nice. We got everything. Good. Perfect. Okay. Peaches and cream. Cookies and pie. We should, we'll call this animations enum. Because I worry that it will overwrite another, well, it wouldn't really have that much problem. We're going to call it animations enum for now anyway. The title name is animations enum. So this is our animation components. Okay then. Actually, it would be wiser to call this enum animation components. That way we can get rid of this. Let's see here. Oh, spelt wrong. The I is in the wrong location. And then last but not least, we can then rename this. Animation components. Nice. Okay. Nice, nice. And then now what we're going to do is we create the second enum too. And since we're going to be a bit lazy, what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this one. Copy. Paste. Animation. We'll call this the animation emotions. There we go. Animation emotions. And then from here, we can then proceed to have happy, you know, all of the different ones. Happy, sad, not sassed, sad, angry, curious, doofus, or well, let's call him, we can call it doofus. Ditzy doofus or dummy. I don't know. What should we call this? Ye olde time would call it doofus, but I don't know if that makes if that is appropriate. I think that's a very old. Again, it could be a like. I don't know how many people use the phrase doofus anymore. How about we call it dumb? We'll just call it. That should be easy. Dumb. We'll call it dumb. So let's see here. We have. Let's see here. Oh, we should have normal. Or, yeah, we should have normal. All right, so let's see here. Normal, happy, sad, angry, curious, dumb. Let's see. Anything else? Anything else? Shocked. All right. I think that's good. I think that's good. As we need to add more, we can. The main point is that we're as I said, the main point is that we're getting this set up. All right. No. Oh. Let's see here. So normal. Now these are basically emotions. So these are the different emotional planes. So we can keep the description. Interferable and default length are no longer needed. So we can call this we'll call this the emote name. Emote name. Let's see here, and we'll get rid of these. All right. And then these ones right here. Oh, and I need to fix that. I just noticed that. I need to fix that as well in my thing here on the animation components. Because we changed the name. The name here changed as well. Actually, I wonder, did they fix that? Can I call myself now? No, I cannot. Okay. Okay, I cannot. Oh, actually, you know what? We should probably do this. T equals type var. All right, type var. And then we'll simply have animation component in here. There you go. Actually, I kind of forgot all of the inputs. Yeah, there's the name, the constraints, bound, convergence, covariant. I think actually that's pretty much it. We just want this one here. The must be a string equal to the variable length in which it is assigned. Oh yeah, we need to put in the type. All right, so yeah, and we're gonna have this output this. A list of these. Oh, whoops. There we go. Ooh. All right. Let me do a quick peek. Let's see, where are you, my friend? I'm just having a quick peek around. Oh, I did not make it. Oh my, okay. All right. Let's see here. So let's figure out, okay, let me get this. So there's our name, and we want to constrain this to a different type. Yeah, I kind of forgot. Usually I copy and paste this all the time. I'm going to do a quick peek at the refresh memory type var. Let's see here. Where are you? Type var, type var. Come on. Here we go. That's a new type. No, we're just looking for type. We're just new type. No, no. There you go. Type var. Wait. That's what I was doing. Why is it? Wait, so am I second guessing myself? I would not be at all surprised if I'm second guessing myself. I think I'm supposed to put a T in here. Like so. But it doesn't like that now. Type var. Yeah, that's just type T. Yeah, this is what I'm doing. Type old bode and then huh. So it was correct, but I don't know what it's so I don't know what it's complaining about. The argument type var must be a string equal to the variable. Oh, I get it. I get it. It wants it. I get it. I get it. It wants the read it. Interesting. I used to be able to just put T down. Alrighty. But then that will run into the issue of the class. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to keep it as deep. They can complain all it want. The main point is that this is what we're sending out. We're sending out a type var. And we're going to be doing the same thing over here as well. So let's copy this. Let's copy this. Put this right here. Bring in type var. Actually, maybe I should actually look in the new var. And then from here, we can then output T, like so. There we go. And then from there, what we can then do is we can get rid of these right here. And last but not least, we can then start, let's just copy all of these over. Oh. Now let's just copy these all over. And get that situated. Oh. I forgot the, there we go, okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Normal, happy, sad. Normal, happy, sad, angry. Curious. Dumb. And shocked. And then we can then put in these. This will be the normal, or this will be the emotionless stance. This will be the this emotionless stance. Okay, then. These are actually very self-explanatory. I don't know if I'm going to be a bit lazy right now. We'll fill these in later. Yeah, we'll fill these in a bit later. Actually, you know what? I wonder if I can... No, I can't. Okay. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, then. So now we have these here. This will actually help us out quite a lot. It will. And the reason being is that now when we come to the animator, what this pretty much means is that let's see here. What this pretty much means is this is no longer strings. This will be the animation emotion, and this will be the animation components. There we go. Animation components. Come on. I didn't. There we go. Oh, and did we change the name on this one yet? I don't think we did. Yeah, we haven't did this. All right, then. Animation emotion. There we go. Okay. And let's import you. There we go. Nice. Okay. So yeah, now that we have this set, this should help us out quite a bit, because now whenever we want to add in animations, we have to set the enum correctly. This way we won't get any weird shenanigans going on. We know exactly what emotion we're doing, and we know exactly what of the animation is. And since we've defined it in the enums, that means that I can hard code a lot of my my stuff. I can hard code how the introduction is set. I can hard code how the outro is set. I can even hard code out how the the talking and animation and such, because it's all defined based off of these defined enumerations. It should make things so much easier. I don't have to play with, I don't have to play with strings. That's the point. That's the main point. I don't have to play with strings. All right, so that's good to know. And that means also that we don't have to worry about that here. So let's see here. Images. We need to... I should probably... I wonder. So I am currently using RustDeck. I wonder if RustDeck will allow me to... Let's see here. Keyboard settings, display settings, control actions. Aha! No, transfer file. There it is. Perfect. There we go. Okay, I can transfer files. Nice. Okay, and so let's go ahead and transfer these over. Let's see here. That's local computer. Oh, don't mind me, Mr. Local Computer. I'm just heading back and back and back. Here we go. Now let's see here. Where are you? Let's see here. I'm looking for the... Oh, actually, where are the files? I thought I found them earlier. Let me see if I can find them again. Let's see here. Haha. Hoo-hoo. Ho-ho. Hee-hee. Ha. Yeah, they're probably on the other... They're probably in the other area. Oh no, I think I'm going to have to go get them from there. I'm busy looking for my stuff. Oh, I think I might have... Okay, I thought I found it. I did not find it. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, Gabe. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hey, Miguel. How's it hanging? Right now, I'm trying to find my... Right now, we're building an animation. It's an animation builder, pretty much. The idea is that it will... because my avatar right here, he's a bunch of movies. It's pretty much a bunch of movies that are streamed together, and with them being turned on and off in order to simulate an animation. And I felt it would be funner if what instead we're doing is I actually have a script that will just pipe in all of the images directly into a video buffer and then just generate it. So I'm trying to do that. Oh, yes. Yeah, Python is PyCharm. I would eventually learn how to use NeoVim. I tried to set it up previously on my last computer, and it kind of failed miserably. So I'm sticking with what I know, which is PyCharm, and I will figure that out eventually. But yeah. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to build an animation. I guess you say an animation, a streaming buffer that will allow me to input in pictures, convert them to a stream, and then I don't have to mess with video formats anymore. You've used VS Code and Vim. I have used VS Code before. It was back during my back when I was doing graduate work, and I haven't used Vim. I've heard lots of good stuff about Vim. And a lot of bad stuff about Vim. Hence why NeoVim is a very big thing. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to... transfer those over later. Because they're on a different computer, and I don't have access to the computer here. All right, next time. All right, we'll just continue with... All right. we will just continue with the programming, and we'll start testing everything tomorrow. All right, let's see here. So yeah, we'll just do that. But right now, what we're doing is we're setting this up. So next thing we need to do is the Fourier transformation. Well, we have a lot of to-dos. We have to compile this. Actually, now that I've made some enums, these are constants, so they don't need to be in. They don't need to be there. Yeah, they're constants, so they don't really need to be there. So, actually thinking about it, we might want to rename this to constants later. Yeah, that doesn't need to be open. That doesn't need to be open. We're working on the frame. Actually, one thing we can do, even though... So what we're going to do here is we're going to cycle through and compile them together. So the idea is that we're going to have an image. This will be called output image. And I believe we'll want to just, we'll do something like this, image. Oh. Image.image. Thank you very much. And then from here, what we'll then do, if I recall, the way the image works is it goes from bottom to top. So we imprint onto the image, and then we move to the next layer. And then we just keep going up and up and up. So what we'd want to then do here is we'd want to create an image with our background colors. So let's see here. And we want to also set the size. So, yeah, so let's see here. Actually, I kind of... oh. So yeah, so the idea would then be that we'll have the image. As I said, let me go ahead and hop over to Pillow. Where are you? Image. Image of an image. There it is. Nice, okay. No, we don't want to open. We want to create an image with an empty file. Oh, wait. Alpha compositing. Oh, they have alpha compositing. And so they... All right. Composite. Yeah, we'll definitely be using a lot of the... It looks like these are a lot of the things we'll be using. So here... Oh, we want new. Okay, here we go. New, color, size, and then color. And then this happens to be a tuple of floats. So what is color? Is it RGB? A? Yeah, it's RGB. Okay. All right. So new and then size. Width and height. Okay. I did, yeah, width and height. Perfect. All right. So new, and then we'll simply do color. And this will be the self dot background color. There we go. And then we also will want to do size. So size. And then this will be self dot image size. There we go. Now the question I have, what are you complaining about? Mode. Oh yeah. The mode. What modes do we have available? That kind of will really determine what we're going to use. We have RGB. Oh, they have RGBA. Oh, but okay. I would say RGBA. Well, we'll set it to RGBA for now. But we might want to change it to something else later. That's for printers, so that's a no. This is great for when we're trying to do, map it or masking. But so yeah, we'll set it to RGBA for now. But that's actually a lot of resource, especially when not, since we'll be implementing an alpha. We're not implementing alpha channel. That being said, though, can this all based off of OBS and its frame buffer? If I could, I have lots of questions. Oh, I have lots of questions I need to find the answers to, because I'm using OBS. That's my mode of streaming, and I'm using the filtering system within OBS, which will allow you to alpha channel out particular colors. So again, if we go back to my little character here, you can see here we are. I'm on a green screen. This is how my character is set up. And if you look, you can kind of clearly see that it is, when it's this close, you can kind of see that I'm using a warping in order to animate him. And I am using a loops, pretty much looping videos. And this is because of the fact that FFmpeg does not work with RGBA. It only works with RGB. So originally what I was thinking was just using RGB and alpha channeling it out like I'm currently doing. But if I could stream a alpha channel, then that would remove this entire process of having to filter. And also it would end up, because one of the big problems with filtering is that you would potentially lose detail, especially around the edges. So can OBS take in an RG? Let's do a quick look and see. In OBS, let's go back and check. So let's see here. Can OBS Studio let's see here. View video with alpha channel. How to produce a mathematically lossless video with, oh, I wonder if this is it. With transparency. Da-da-da, troubleshooting, how it was recorded. Alpha work, oh, it can. It looks like it can. All right then, that's what we're going to do. That means we can still have the output of the background color. We'll still keep that. But we're going to focus on we're going to set this to RGBA. So yeah, we're going to set this to RGBA. But that being said, yeah, that being said, this really should be this should really be it up here. So this should be the, oh, we'll set it to mode. Mode, this will be a string. Actually, it won't be a string. It will be, well, I'm going back there real quick. I want to minimize / limit the amount of use of strings as possible. So these are all the different modes. Is there a, it is a string. They are inputting a string. All right, well, we'll have to, all right, what we'll do is we'll fix that. So let's see here, we have enums. We'll just create another enum. Because the last thing I want to do is just, you know, it's much easier to put in an enum and just let it run that way than it is to use strings and just run into 1,000 different problems. So copy this, paste this, and we're going to call this the mode. We'll call this image mode. All right. And theoretically, we really don't need much of this. Oh, actually, how much of this actually can we steal from the from the modes page. I think we can steal a lot from the modes page. Yeah, I think we can steal a lot from the modes page. Let's do that. So we'll copy all this. And we'll go ahead and input this in here. Oh my, oh no, no, no. Why did it do that? Oh, come on, we want a generic paste. There we go, okay. Yes, we just want a generic paste. So what kind of properties do we have here? What kind of properties are we working with? We have one. I don't... Okay, we have one. And this is a 1 bit pixels, black and white, stored as... Actually, I'd actually call this a 2-bit image, but okay, because I mean, yes, it's all right. Yeah, we'll stick with let's keep with proper convention. This is in fact a 1-bit image because it can be black or white, 0 or 1, on or off. I always like to think of it as 2 bits, largely because of the fact that back when I was doing image processing, the 0 and 1 would be define them as 2 separate bits, because you would also have a couple other ones in there. But let's see here. Do we want yeah, we should probably keep it. We'll have to figure out how to solve this though. And this is a description. Yeah, because we'll have to figure out how to solve that. And this is an 8-bit grayscale. Oh, actually, you know what? I know exactly what we can do. So we have our index. We will have the name of it. So in this case, this will be we'll call this 1 bit. So 1 bit. And in fact, we'll call this the same thing here. 1 bit. Why does it it does not like the it does not like the 1 in there. Okay, 1 bit. And then we'll have this be 1 bit. And this will be black and white. There we go. Perfect. And then last but not least, the output. This is the output in which the animation will need. So this will be what our structure will be. Okay, let's set this up. And let's also do that. Oh, this is a note. We don't need the note. Let's see here. This refers to the JPEG, not the standard. Ah, okay, okay. Format note. Ah, I get it. So it still had a bit of trouble with the it still had a bit of trouble with this. That's fine. And then this is and this last note right here belongs in here. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay. So what we should do now is we shall organize these things. So 3, 4, 5. Down the ladder we go. There we go. Okay. And then last but not least, we need to quote these. I'm going to have to find... I quoted you. Oh, wait. quoted you. All right, so what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to, I'm going to have to figure out how, some of the shortcuts. Oh, I see. Okay. And, all right. That's a long, we're going to have to worry about the, that's a long, God, this is quite long. We'll have to cut it short. $360 okay. And almost there, almost there. Okay, there. Now that we've done that, next on the list is naming all of these. So this is going to be grayscale. And then this outputs an L. This is an L. I'm going to call this gray. Grayscale. No, this is 8-pic. Oh, this is palette. Yeah, this is palette. So why did they just call it P? Why don't they call it palette? I think palette would, it would make a bit more sense. Ooh, I wonder if I could get away with using palette here. That would definitely help reduce the amount of resources one needs. One of the big concerns I have with this is memory usage. This current setup I have is a bit, it is, for being the way it is, it's as efficient as it can be. It only has the particular video frames loaded, and it's just cycling the animation constantly. And I think that that's relatively low processing power. So I'm hoping that I can set this up so that it will also be very low in memory intensive. I don't know how much that will be, given that I'm doing this in, Python, though I'm going to be using OpenCL and Pillow, and both of those are programmed in C. So it's possible that I might be able to offload a lot of this stuff into C and into C code, and then I won't have to worry about it. Okay, then next on the list is this is RGB. And I'm going to call this, well, just call it RGB. But for this one, maybe it's because I'm silly. I'm a silly fart. This is going to be RGB alpha. Like this, RGB alpha. This is RGBA. Color separation. I wonder. I'm tempted to call the yellow cerulean, the yellow cyan, and cerulean, the yellow cyan and it's supposed to be magenta, but they're going to call it cerulean. I'm wondering if I should just call that printer, because this is printer right here. This is printer scale in all its glory. Okay, we'll go ahead and keep it as it is for now, but I'm tempted to call it printer. I really am. I am really tempted to call it printer. And HSV is that's for photographers. Those who are into the fine arts. And then last but not least, this is integer. So this is a signed integer pixels, and then this is floating pixels. who would use floating pixels for an image? I thought that was the whole point of going up high in the signed integer, because floating point is like the worst possible you can do for an image. Is there a reason to use float? I am deathly curious. Because every time I worked with, no, not even that. Not even that. Every time I would mess with pictures, I would just round to the closest integer and forget about it. If I was doing a division, if I was doing a, yeah, and I would just increase the bit size. That's the whole point of in our frames why we even I'm even setting it so we can calculate the bit depth. Because somebody might go, hey, 200, an 8-bit image, 256 colors, that might not be enough for me. Yeah, I would like to go with, a 10-bit image, which will have 4,096 colors, or, a 16-bit image, which would have over 1 million colors. So, like, you would think that then this is why I'm saying the bit depth. Granted, maybe it's for grayscale images, but even then, why not just... Anyway, we'll forget about it for now. We'll forget about that for now. Let's just finish this. And then this is integer. And then last but not least, this one is float. F and float. And this is float 32. So we're going to do that, float 32. So let's see here, we have index. Index, this will be the name. So index name. This will be the mode. And description. All right, perfect. Index. Oh, actually, I think we can just get away with name. I really do. I don't think there's a name. I don't think there's a variable called name anywhere else. I could be wrong about mode, though. What is this saying? Oh yeah, this is a string. This is a string. Let's see here. Index string. The mode is also a string. And then the description is also string. So the only thing that happens to be is an index. Okay. And last but not least, let's deal with these. Name with our good old friend name. All right, mode. There we go, mode. Actually, we need this to be named first. Name self.mode equals mode. And then description. There we go. Okay. I think that's everything. All right, that's everything. That's everything. Okay, yeah, that is everything. Okay then. And then last but not least, we need to change this to image mode. Image mode to image mode. There we go. Done. Okay. Everything looks set. Everything is nice. So now that we've done that, back into frame, this is going to be the image mode. There we go. So yeah, that's going to be the image mode. Wait, I think I just saw image mode in pill as well. Oh, I don't want to overlap. Let's go look that up real quick. Let's see here. Image mode. Yep, there's something called image mode. You type in the string, it produces out a variety of different... Well, these are the inputs. What's the output? Wrapper for mode strings. Ah, okay, it's a wrapper. Okay, so we need to avoid the So we should rename this then. Oh, I know. We'll call this the, well, I was going to say bit depth modes, but no, that doesn't make sense. All right. Image mode enum. We're going to keep it simple for now. All right, then. So, yeah, we're going to keep it simple for now. And then from here, we'll then also set it. So if someone wants to put in the mode, then they're going to have to pass in image mode enum. And for our default, we're going to set RGBA. There we go. Okay. Nice. Perfect. French kiss. Okay. And last but not least, we need to set it. Self.mode. There we go. Okay. Nice. Okay. And I'm going to make it so that you can't... I'm going to make it that you have to set it before... There's no changing of the mode here right now. Yeah, no changing of said mode. If you want to change it, then you're going to have to look somewhere else. Because, yeah, we don't want that here. We want to try and keep things as many... We want as many cogs to be as stationary as possible. We do want the wheel to turn, but we don't want every wheel to turn at once. All right, so now that we have that, and we're going to output that. So next will be the background color. I currently have it set to none. Yeah, I currently have it set to none. We should default this. Yeah, we should definitely default this. And then for me, since it's going to be, let's see here. I like this, so I'm going to go 0, 0, 0. And we need to set bit depth. So yeah, we need that. That's another internal mechanism that we need to focus on. So the internals can be right here. So, fine. And then we'll set this to calculate bits. Calculate, I guess, bits. And this is going to be output an integer. All right, so pretty much what we're going to do is we're going to take the bit depth right here, and we're going to multiply it by our value. So whatever the input, so we're definitely going to input this in. We'll leave it like that for now. Yeah, this will be the value. So there we go. And we'll return that. This is a very... And we should probably put in some blocks here. So... yeah, we should probably put in some blocks here, because I think the last thing we want to do is we want to... Let's see here. How should we do this? I think that's actually the better question. How should we go about doing this? I think if it was me... yeah, if it was me, what I would do is... Actually, what would I do? Well, let me think. Thinking brain. Thinking brain. Okay, so the main thing is that we want to limit the amount, because if I end up just taking in a value and then multiplying it, then what will end up happening is that it'll cause a lot of spaces, so we won't be able to get the full spectrum. Because when you do an upscaling like this, then it will effectively have an impact. So what I need to do is I need to write a conversion. That's what I need to do. So, yeah, so that's what I need to do is write a conversion. So part of me feels like, yeah, so that's what we should do. So instead of doing a multiplication here, what we'll simply do is we'll just see if we'll define the maximum and the minimum. So yeah, this is no longer a calculation thing. This will be a limiting. So we'll call this the bit limit, or depth limit, or bit depth limit. Now, if the value, yeah, this is what we need to worry about the most. So if value is greater than the bit depth times by, so the bit depth, I believe it would be what, 2 to the power? 2 to the power of bit depth. So if this is greater than that, then we will want to, we'll want to return. Actually, let's do this. We'll call this the max bit depth. So max bit depth. This will be an integer. We'll calculate it this way. If this is the case, we're going to do that. Now, if value is less than 0, then we're just going to return 0. And then last but not least, if all else fail, if both of these are fine, then we're just going to return the value. And then that way what we're going to do is every time we try to set something, we're going to pass it through this limiter. Because the last thing I want is for, someone to set, we go with a binary image and then someone sets 500 million as their upper layer. I don't want. I think that might end up causing a bit of problems down the road, especially with the transformations and some of the other stuff. It might cause an overflow error. All right then. So let's see here. So yeah, and this will have to be a okay, this needs to be set. So how am I going to set it? Technically, it's not wise to pass it in. So we're going to set all of these to 0 for now. And it's a tuple, so let's get rid of that. Let's put it in as let's actually make it a tuple instead of a list. Oh, I know. So we're going to set the bit depth. And then here we are. We're setting background color right here. And we're passing in here. So we should set background colors. So we should modify this function here. Yeah, right here. So if this is a tuple, we'll set the color. If this is a string, we will do this. If none, which is the big thing. If the background color is none, then what we want to do is we want to set the background, we want to set this, and this is going to be 0, 0, 0, and then this will be the maximum depth. In this case, that will be 2 to the power, or actually, as I said, I want to feed everything into there. So I want to feed everything through that one function. Largely because of the fact that, yeah, we already kind of already set that. So let's see here. We'll do max depth is equal to max depth is equal to self dot limit. Oh yeah, bit limit, and then the value. Actually, maybe I should just, because the limit, we already know what the limit is. Okay, I don't think we need, well, because they're going to, yeah, we still need to pass it through. In fact, we need to pass all of the values through. We can't just set 0, we can't just set 0, 0, 0 all the way through. So, but this is the none phase. So for this one, we can get away with just being a bit hacky. So yeah, for this one, we can get a bit away with being a little bit hacky. So in this case, we'll do self dot bit, yeah, bit depth. But for this one here, where it's a tuple, yeah, this one we're going to have to fix. Oh yeah, there's a tuple. It's a tuple with, well, yeah, it didn't like the fact that I had ints there. It's an instance. It's a tuple instance with 4, yeah, with 4 ints. Ooh, I wonder. Can I do this? Will it complain? Maybe. Yeah, it's complaining. Oh, whoops. Back there. Oh, what are you complaining about? Unexpected arguments. But why is that unexpected? There we go. Oh, okay, screw you, game. Screw you, code. Alright, fine. We'll just keep it tuple. But wait. Now that leads into another question. Let's see here. We'll do color. 0, 0, 0, 0. That's the most basic. Is instance. Color. Is this a tuple? Tuple not defined. What do you mean it's not defined? There we go. Oh, okay, what are you complaining? Enum is missing 2 positional arguments, mode and description. We have mode right here. Oh, I get it. It's in the image enum. Oh, did I forget something? How much do you bet I forgot something somewhere? How much do you bet I forgot something? Let's see here. Gray. Yeah, the claims is an error. Mode description. Mode description. Mode description. Mode description. Mode description. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, 4, 4. Let's see here. It's because this is so long. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. No, that's correct. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4, and then Missing a comma. Found it. Okay. Still complaining. Where's the... Okay. Are we missing another comma? Yeah, here. Here it is. This one. 6. We forgot to do CYMK. Okay. All right. CMYK. CMYK. And there we go. Okay. It works. Okay. Okay, let's get back over to our frames. And let's reload. And unp float is now we have another complaint. Oh yeah, that is something else. I wonder. This is a numpy complaint. We'll have to find out where exactly this is being caused. It's not our project. Yeah, it's not our project, but still annoying to see it show up. Either way, color. All right, color. Coular is instance. So is color a tuple? And the answer is yes. Okay, so we don't have to, we can ignore this complaint. Yeah, we can ignore this complaint right here. If it's a, because this is only going to accept, actually, wait, we might have to, again, we have to think about the potential fail positions. So if the tuple isn't long enough, we might, yeah, if the tuple isn't long enough, and if the tuple, I wonder what we do. I wonder. Hey, Scythe1234, how's it going? Trying to think of what to do here. I could throw in another, let's see here. Maybe if we'll just put an and here. If the length of a tuple, the length of, background color is less than, that means we have, again, right now I have it set to be RGBA, but we're making it dynamic because of the fact that our image modes, this is 3, this is 3-bit length, this is, or bit depth, or this has 3 8-bit pictures, this has 4 8-bit pictures, this also has 4 8-bit pictures, but this is 1 8-bit picture, which means the amount of tuples we need to be put in will vary. I am building an animation, I'm building a basic animator for my little avatar here. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing. I'm building an animation tool. So, to give it briefly, my little avatar here, as you can see, he is made up of a whole bunch of series of movies. And each movie, it's about like, very small movie. But pretty much I had to make all of these for him to do the different animations. And these animations are constantly cycling in the background. Granted, what we're doing is we're doing a... how it's working is it will call the different video files, decompress them, put them into memory. So I'm not having all of the file. Oh, thanks for the follow. I'm not having every single video in memory. However, there's constant loading and unloading of these files in memory, and they're all videos. So if I'm very unfortunate, as in if I end up having the image too large, or I end up having the animations too dynamic, then the loader, the FFmpeg loader that OBS has, will glitch out. And that's a bit annoying. The reason why it doesn't glitch out right now is because my avatar is small enough. but get it any bigger, any higher resolution, and it will mess up. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a video. It pretty much is a video stream buffer, where I can just pipe in images that I've already have on the computer directly into the frame buffer, and thus dynamically make these animations. That way I can just run the program and it can look for the signals, and then if it just needs to make a frame, it will load up the images, not a video, just load up the images that exist, compile it, and then pump it forward. So yeah, this is the first day of the project, mind you, so this is kind of the skeleton of what's being put together. And so far I was going to try and make it simple, but it's kind of ballooning. Because originally I was just going to keep this as an RGB. Because I can show you here. If I hop over here to my little frame here, you can see my little guy. He's on a green background. And because he's on a green background, I have to filter with... Yeah, I have to pretty much filter. I use a green filter for... most people do green screening. Yeah, it starts simple and then it gets very big. Yes, you're right. But yeah, I green screen my little picture, my movies here so that he can look like this. However, one problem I come across is that the green screening process sometimes you lose detail in the process, and that's when I found out that the Python module for OpenCV and Pillow allows you to stream RGBA. So you can stream a four matrix video file, and thus I can have the alpha channel. So because of that, I'm currently now making it so that it can be a little bit more dynamic, so that if I wanted a grayscale or palette or red, green, blue, then I can do it. And I'm trying to limit the amount of variables. So for instance, I created this enum so that I can avoid having to get a typing error. Instead, I can just toss an enum in there and it'll know all of the values and variables. So this will expand more as I come across more of what I need to do. Actually, speaking of which, I actually know exactly what I can expand it on. So we have the index, we have the name, we have the mode. This should be the, let's see here. This should be the layer. Okay, I don't want to overuse the word layers. This is a 3x8 bit pixel matrix, and this is a 4x. So in depth, I'm using depth for color. So the, what other word have I not used yet? What other word? That is a good... What other word? Not size or matrix or count or not mode. Layer seems the most likely option. I can't think of anything else. Oh, I know. We can go with layer number. No, it really should be number of layers. We can rename it later. But from here, what we can now do is put a variable here. So this will be 1. This is a 1. This is a 3. Oh, this is... That's a G... why did I call it... Why is that reg? RGB. Sorry, palette is a 1. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Layers. We'll call it... Actually, you know what? You might be right. let's just keep this with layers. Number of layers might be too wordy. So there we go. And then let's see here. And then last but not least is this one. So this happens to be another 3x8. This is a 3x8. And this is last 3x8. And then last but not least, these last two are ones. There we go. Hey, Just the Boy, how's it going? Or depths. I did think of depths, but I'm using depth for the... Well, actually, I'm calling it bit depth. We'll call it layers for now. I think layers is the best option for now. Largely because of the fact that... largely because of the fact that this isn't really a depth issue. This is how many channel... Oh, channels! There it is! Channels! We figured it out. Channels. These are the number of channels that are available. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Channels, and this will be an integer. There we go. Go. Nice. All right. Our enum is set up. And it's working correctly. All right. This is complaining. Why are you complaining? Oh, yeah. It's because of our output. There we go. All right. Nice. Perfect. Okay. So now that we know this... Okay, then. So I think I'm going to put a ... here. ... Because we don't know how long this is going to be. But we can now limit it. Because now that we know the mode... Yeah, we now know the mode. We're currently setting it to default to RGBA. But now that we have the mode, what we can now do is... we can build in a check. So we should probably put the check. Let's put the check right here. Let's put the check right here. Depth, and we'll call this the channel. Channel checkers. Channel check. That sounds like a TV show. Channel checkers. All right, then. As for what it's going to output, I don't know yet. The main thing is... Oh, yeah, we input. This is going to input in our... So this is going to be our tuple. So this we'll call this value for now, but this is a tuple. Now, if the length of our... Now, if the length of value is greater than our mode, and this should be the channels, then we should raise an error. So we'll raise a value error, and this will be so we'll call this the let's see, this is going to be called in the background. So yeah, this is going to be called, most likely called here. Oh, I'm trying to do a 3D website using Blender. And I want to do some effect. I want to do a huge project. Oh, it sounds very fun. Oh, that sounds very fun. Oh, like Chinese nicknames. Oh. Cha-cha. Oh, that would be too confusing if I called it cha-cha. Usually the funnest projects are the ones that are the most difficult. Because it gets your brain thinking. It gets those motor neurons connecting. It's very fun when they do that. I can remember when I was, this was actually during graduate school. I was tasked with building a tracking database the for the animal control system that we had, and because of that, I had to. This was before I knew anything, so this was like 14 years ago, and I had to build this entire database. So I had to learn all about data structures. I had to learn about bit code and binary code because we wanted to use barcodes for scanning everything, and barcodes are just binary. At least the system that we were using were just binary. So I had a lot of fun figuring all this out and figuring out how to map these, because one of the major pointers involving the maybe I should go back to that project at some point. But one of the main pointers was that we were trying to track the lineages of these zebrafish. This was the model we were using with fish, because if you can track the genetics, we can track what they have. And if we know what they have, it makes it far much easier when we're doing research. So some of our fish, they would light up bright green. Some of our fish, they would be bright red. And we needed ways to track it. So it was very fun playing connect all the dots. If I go back to that project, I will be doing it vastly different than how I did it back then. Because in my infinite wisdom, I thought making everything dynamically compile upon call would be a great idea. And it just finds out that doing it that way it eats up so much memory that once the database gets too large, it just craps itself and fails. So yeah, but yeah, it was so fun. It Well, it depends. It depends. If it's too difficult, I understand what you mean. When you need a little bit. That's why you have to break it down into small steps. Small steps, little bit by little bit. I know somebody who they wanted to make a game. They were pretty much saying, "I'm going to build a video game. Step 1, program the game engine. Step 2, make the graphics. Step 3." Well, they didn't exactly know step 3, but the whole point of step 4 was to make a game that you could profit off of. But because they wanted to build the entire game engine at once, not understanding that there are many tiny components, they kind of gave up. They gave up at the I can't figure out how to make my character jump phase. So yeah, baby steps, baby steps. 3D website. Ooh, that will be very interesting. Actually, we'll have to next time when we're just kind of hanging out, you'll have to explain it. What's wrong, Just a Boy? Wait, did I just describe what you were trying to do? I hope not. Yeah, I'll have to. We have next time when we're just kind of hanging out and chatting. You'll have to describe it to me because I'm quite curious. Because just thinking about a 3D Blender website, it always happens to me. Yeah, I can understand. It does happen to me quite a bit too. Well, yeah, let's see here. Yeah, because when I'm thinking about it, I can show you an example. Oh, next time on stream, it's almost 5:30. I'm going to be hopping off real soon, in about like 10 minutes, because I need to get some stuff. I have to cook dinner pretty much. So next time I will be streaming again. I will be programming tomorrow. So currently I'm between jobs. So because of that, I have a lot of free time on my hands. So what I'm going to be doing, ooh, actually you already sent a picture. Let me see. Actually, all right, I'm going to copy this. Put this in my notes. And then next time when I see your name show up, I will go, aha, we should check that out. There we go. Notes. There we go. I would love to see it. There we go. In my notes. But yeah. So, yeah, because of the fact that, as I mentioned, I'm in between jobs right now. So because of that, I have kind of a lot of free time. So in the mornings, I'm going to be playing a game, streaming a random game for fun for a bit. Then I'm taking a break, and then after the break is lunch pretty much. After lunch, then I will be programming. So yeah, this is the schedule I plan to set. I plan to keep until I get a job interview, or until I get a job interview and I can get back to work. But for now, let's see here. So yeah, let's get this done. Let's get this a little bit done before in the next 10 minutes. Let's see here. So we are looking at channel check. So with the length of value, we're going to raise an error, and we're going to call this. Actually, it's not even equal to. If it's not equal to exactly, we're going to raise error and say channel depth does not match mode, or channel depth not equal to mode. And we'll have we'll output what the mode is. So the mode channel depth. This will be the mode dot channels, and then this is the inputs, and the inputs is value. There we go. Okay, so now we have that. We'll just simply make this simple for us. If the actually, I think we can modify this. We can make this even a bit better. Because what I can do is I can set it actually to be a we'll set it to Boolean out instead. And this will be BJG cut. There we go. So if these are equal, we then do that. And then here, else, this could be the error. So raise value error. And then this could be does not match. This will be this can be our. This can be this right up here. So where are you? This could be does not match. Well, okay, it won't be does not match, but the main thing is this. We're going to block this out. We'll return true. Otherwise, we're going to return false. We're outputting a bool, so we're outputting a boolean. And then that way we can immediately check. And then likewise, if we get an error here, we can go channel, or we'll simply say, we'll simply say failed to set background. All right, there we go. And let's also put down the value. There we go. Okay. There we go. I think that's good. So now that we have that set, and we have that set, so I think that might be everything. We'll have to start messing with the compiling. I think for the... I think so. That's set for now. I think for the animator, this is going to be a comp. So let me actually put that down in our to-do list. So to do set JetBeans is a bit. I will have to go through and learn all of the like what are all the differences for the different ID what are they called? These things, you know, VS Code, PyCharm, Spider, Jupyter, Notepad, ID, not IDV. I forgot what it's called. Those things. If it's those things, I have to go through a video or learn about the different ones because, as I mentioned, there's a couple streamers online. IDE, thank you. Yes, Integrated Development Environment. Yes. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the IDEs. I know there's a couple streamers online who they will die on the sword for supporting NeoVim. Oh yeah, I heard Vim was super difficult, hence why NeoVim. Apparently NeoVim is supposed to be easier. But I tried to use NeoVim. I even have it installed on my computer. I have it installed and such, but boy, it had a lot of difficulties. I had a lot of problems with it. I think it's because if you notice actually when your acquaintance used to see NeoVim, yeah, it's a very popular one, because if you notice what I'm using right now, it does not have any of the bells and what I'm using doesn't have any of the bells and whistles. Well, it's probably because he's been programming so quickly. Actually, we did quite a lot today in the 4 hours of streaming. We actually did quite a bit. For instance, if you look at my code right here, if I type in, let's see here, 4x in pies, if you notice, it's not trying to complete it for me. Yeah, I don't have those programs. I don't have those code completion software installed. Largely because I want to work those neurons in my brain so I will remember it easier. But another reason why is because I found it often that I want to follow my own convention and it will try and do its own way. For instance, here I put peace in pies. And then when I was messing with one of them, it would just start trying to completely go, it just start trying to fill in all of the information. If pieces in pies, and I don't know. I'm in charge of what I want. Let me do it. And the problem was that a lot of the setup, you actually install these things in NeoVim, but they don't work on my computer, so it keeps crashing my NeoVim. So yeah, I need to instead of following a basic guide, instead of following a one-click install, I'm going to have to manually go in and do it step by step myself. Once I get NeoVim set up, I can give it a try. But for now, I'm going to stick with PyCharm. Actually, I think... Let's see here. Yeah, there it is right there. NeoVim. I have it installed. I have it installed, but yeah. I will have to mess with it later. Alright then, so, but yeah, to do. So sets OpenCV and Pillow for... Actually, this is for set OpenCV for animation. I recall OpenCV is very good for animating. I used to use it all the time for recording videos. I was using a Raspberry Pi. It's this little tiny thing. It's a Raspberry Pi 3, so it's actually really, really old. But I was using a Raspberry Pi 3, and I was able to get 60 frames per second on that thing in recording, and it didn't have much troubles with the taking up resources. So I feel like OpenCV is the way to go. So we're going to set up OpenCV here for animation, and then for the frames, this is going to be compile image using Pillow. And I think, and Numpy. And then I guess we can leave the conversion of the Pillow formats to OpenCV with the animator. I'm actually using Linux. Ubuntu, to be exact. Yeah, I'm using Ubuntu right now. Largely because I plan to move over to it at some point. I call it Mini Boxy. Yeah, Mini Boxy, because it's a mini box. And my Pi was called what did I call the Pi? It was an image capture, so I think I called Capnia. Capnia, I think it was. I like to give my stuff silly names, so if you see something weird, know that it's because I wanted to name it that way. I had a computer that was connected to a device called a TCAN. So a TCAN is a fluorescent plate reader. This is my science kind of coming into play. As a scientist, I used a machine called a TCAN. The TCAN is a fluorescent plate reader, which would monitor the amount of light coming out of the cells of a plate. So I called the computer TCAN Dan. TCAN Dan was interfacing with TCAN so it could eat its data. That's effectively what it was like. Anyway. But yeah, I'm using. I'm currently using Windows for my streaming computer. And for my coding, I am using Linux. And eventually, when Windows kills Windows 10, I'm moving over to Linux because I'm not using Windows 11. Windows 11 is a giant flaming dog doo-doo that I refuse to use it. I refuse to, like, the fact that they messed up some of the most basic things and they still haven't been fixed in Windows 11. I just can't. So yeah. When the time comes, I'm moving to Linux. Which should probably be in what? 10 months or 6 months? 5 months? I'll worry about that when that crossroad comes. But anyway, yeah, it's about time for me to hop off. We have our plan. We'll work on it more tomorrow. I will be sure to get the since tomorrow will be more connecting the dots. I will be sure to be quiet, you. I'll be sure to copy over our sample data so that we can actually start using it. What? Why did you cry? Is it because you didn't get to punch me in the face? Hey, Prince Next Gaming. How's it going? I'm actually hopping off now. We're going to, hope it's going well on your end. But yeah, I'm hopping off now. I need to go find dinner. Oh, stop barking. My little poodle is making noise. Oh. But anyway, I'll see everybody tomorrow. Well, and we'll continue working on this. Hopefully we'll make some headway. We'll actually get OpenCV working. Hopefully that works. Yeah. Steam Deck is getting very good. The Steam OS might be the way to go for gaming. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But anyway, see everyone tomorrow. Laters. Oh, don't touch the... This is why you're going to get your claw caught again. Stop it.